Good evening, darlings. How are you doing tonight? How's the week started? And hey, Talop, welcome. Time to finally end Fata. At this point, I have no idea. I'll just try. Doing better. How am I? I'm doing good. I was just extremely sleepy. I decided to put my alarm so that I could, after I ate, before about an hour before I was intending to stream, I had accidentally made my nap timer an hour and 20 minutes long, so of course I fell asleep, and thus I only woke when my alarm woke me, which was an hour late. So a bit sleepy, but doing fine. And tonight, we're just gonna do some more. Just realized it's summer because it's 10 p.m. and it's still really bright outside. True. It always hits you, doesn't it? Every year, you kind of just like forget it, and then you kind of just at some point realize like, holy shit, it's like 9 p.m. and the sun hasn't gone down. And then you realize, oh yeah, oh hell, it's summer now. It just happens every year without mercy. That's just how it goes for me, at least. I remember a year back or so, used to went to walks even during midnight, as it was so bright. I really like going out when it's like midsummer, especially during the night. I really like the summer nights, especially this year. They're pretty cool, so nice to go out for a little walk. And especially when it's like late at night, so there's nobody around, so you can just like vibe by yourself. Can just vibe by yourself. Oh shit. We had extra headpats going out. And mine is misaligned. But thank you so much for the headpats, Rizal Hilfa. Hope you're doing good, darling. And I hope your week has started out well. What I think we'll do is we're just gonna get into it. Just gonna start reading. Sorry for the screen going black for a while. Always does that. It doesn't do it for me, but each time I click on my other screen, it just does it. But I think, to avoid a monologue at the start of the stream, I think we're just gonna start. We're just gonna start reading. Seems I also need to adjust the chat just a little bit, but we'll be fine. So we witnessed 2 horrifying events that Morgana has already gone through. And this would be the 3rd. Just adjusting audio a bit. Let me know how the audio is and how the balance is, and that you can hear me well. Should be no changes really, but made some slight adjustments, so let me know if it's fine. Also, gotta say before I start, the last part is written like a story, so it's because even though it's like Morgana telling us the events, it's told to us like a story rather than us witnessing all of the scenes ourselves and all of the dialogue. It comes through more as a written story, which is actually extremely pleasant to read, which is also made me think I might want to start looking for more things to just read, you know? I've gotten myself into horror stories, so we'll see what will come up, but I'd love to. I love to read, and I'd love to read more for you darlings, so you know. Also fucking pollen makes breathing a little harder. Let's go. Now, on with the story. Sorry, screen going black for a second. There we go. I was at a complete loss for some time after that. I didn't want to return to the city because I knew there was no one left who would take me in. There was only the Lord, who had bound me and drained me of my blood. So I wandered the roads, no destination in mind and nothing to defend myself but the clothes on my back. Frankly, I'm rather surprised I wasn't attacked by bandits. Walking for days without food or water, my mind was hazy and my exhaustion at a peak. In the distance, I saw a lake. So driven by my thirst, I turned my unsteady feet toward the water, not caring that it took me off the main road. And it turned out that was the correct choice because there was a small cottage beside the lake, smoke rising from the chimney, telling me it wasn't abandoned. Out of sheer desperation, I knocked on the door. No one answered. The door wasn't locked, so I slowly, hesitantly pushed the door open. And beyond it, I found an old woman, sitting dead in a chair. The woman was a witch. By trade, that is. It appeared she had a deep knowledge of medicinal herbs, using it to make an assortment of medicines. In her cabinets were dozens of small glass bottles containing dried powder leaves and crushed berries, among other things. On the fire was a cauldron, liquid bubbling inside. The woman looked as though she was asleep. Presumably, she had passed away of old age, but there was no sign of bandits. Some bandits had been rooting through the cottage, and she had a look of absolute serenity on her face. Looking over at the woman's dead body, I didn't cross myself. I envied her. Dragging the woman's body by her feet, I dumped her into the lake. Do you think doing so makes me a bad person? Makes me unsaintly? Well, I didn't have anywhere else to go, and the owner of the cozy cottage was no longer of this world. There was no reason I couldn't feel the home in her stead, was there? I deserved to have somewhere I felt comfortable after everything I'd been through, didn't I? And so I took up residence in the old witch's cottage and remained there until my 16th year. By 16, a terrible cynicism had taken root in my heart. I had no trust for people. I shut them out, building high walls around myself. After such a tumultuous, bloody childhood, it was all I could do to protect myself, to keep my young spirit from cracking. Nevertheless, travelers would, on occasion, pay the old witch's cottage a visit, seeking her medicines. Whenever someone arrived, I would cautiously crack the door open, telling them they could trade for whatever they wanted with food, and never showing my face. One day, a young man showed up at the cottage. My sister has fallen very ill, and she desperately needs medicine. He was very soft-spoken. There was a distinct kindness in his voice, which I thought unusual, curious. What kind of person could he be? What did he look like? What expressions did he make as he spoke? To satisfy that curiosity, I snuck a peek at him through the crack in the door. He was a handsome young man with flowing flaxen hair. And upon seeing me, he didn't flinch back in disgust. He smiled. According to him, his younger sister had fallen gravely ill, and though they had tried a number of remedies, she was still bedridden. The medicines I gave him, too, had no effect, but he persisted in his quest, visiting me again and again for new combinations to try. He wanted nothing more than to relive even the slightest bit of his sister's suffering. And, moved by his dedication to his family, I too wanted to do anything I could to help. For the first time in years, my world encompassed more than my small cottage. When the young man came, he would ask not only for medicine, but to go on walks with me. He volunteered to spend time with me, despite my horrifying appearance. It's not healthy to stay holed up inside all the time. We got this beautiful lake right here. What do you say we take a little walk around the shoreline? He said with a smile, taking me by the hand. We spoke as we circled the lakeside. His voice was always soft and pleasant, like a ray of light shining through a crack in the walls. When I was with him, I felt like I could be an actual person, an ordinary girl. He talked about his sister more than anything, and whenever he did, it was at his brightest and most melancholy. The young man had been a member of a noble house, but disputes over who was the rightful heir had forced him and his sister out. Shortly after that, his sister had fallen ill and was now bedridden. I'll take anything at this point to make her better. I'll even take a miracle if I can get one. A word, muttered beneath his breath, sparked my memory. I was a saint. My blood had healing properties. I had no reason to hesitate. Someone needed my help, and who deserved it more than this kind-hearted young man's sister? So I decided to tell him what I really was. That my blood had miraculous powers, that it had saved people. That the moment I had been born, the drought plaguing my village had come to an end. That I had been known as a saint, the daughter of God. I told him everything, and he believed it all. He led me to his house where a pale, sickly young girl lay in bed. She was a sweet little girl with the same flaxen hair as her brother, who looked like she would have been quite spirited if not for her ailment. It was touching to see the two siblings sitting there together, quietly holding each other. I would gladly give my blood for the two of them, and so I made a new cut on my arm, which had healed considerably thanks to the slave and the women of the brothel, and let the girl drink of my blood. Neither of them had any doubts about my sainthood, and because they believed, a miracle occurred. The flaxen-haired girl recovered enough to get out of her bed. I was extremely proud of myself. Felt like for once I had actually saved someone's life. The only issue was she didn't make a complete recovery. For a few days after drinking my blood, she was in good health, but her condition quickly regressed. I was deeply perplexed by this. A miracle had undoubtedly taken place, but it was only temporary. Now, though, I believe I can explain what happened. Her recovery is nothing more than a placebo effect caused by her faith, but that's something I couldn't have known at the time. We were all three perplexed, and we were all three disheartened. Nevertheless, I was prepared to give her my blood as many times as needed. Whenever her condition worsened, the young man came to request more, and never once did I turn him away. On the contrary, I enthusiastically offered her my services. Over time, though, the hope in his eyes began to fade. He asked me on fewer walks, and he seemed hesitant to look me in the eye. I assume it was out of discomfort, out of guilt, out of shame about asking for blood. I don't think his concerns were for me, rather himself and his sister. As I mentioned earlier, blood was considered unclean in our time, and not only was I giving mine away, I was having his sister imbibe it. Looking at it that way, it would hardly be a surprise for him or anyone else to think what I was doing depraved. As the time passed, the flaxen-haired young man seemed to grow more and more disturbed by me. That was what I got for opening up. That was what I got for letting his kind of warm light shine in on me. The moment things went bad, he pulled away. There were times when I thought I shouldn't have done anything in the first place, but regardless, I held fast to my original decision. I would put myself on the line for them. No one else, just them. Even if he was afraid of me, or had no interest in seeing me, I would continue offering her my blood. And I was firm in my resolve. And thank you so much for the headpats and the hydrate. Deep. Does absolute miracles. Also having a breath mint. Miraculous little things. And I was firm in my resolve. One day, though, I received a new visitor. The young man was still the only one I would show my face to, the only guest I had let into my walls. So, as usual, I took the man's request from behind the cottage door. but I could hardly believe my ears when he began speaking. Are you the witch with the miracle blood? First, how did he know my blood had powers? Second, why had he called me a witch and not a saint? Third, why did he sound like the man who had slaughtered the slave carriage? I told the man he had to leave, that I would not be opening the door for any reason. In response, he said, I'm in need of your blood, could you not spare a little? My blood was for the sick and needy, I would never spare a drop for a murderer like him. And I told the man exactly that, demanding he leave. All I could think about was the pile of bodies, the fountain of blood, the man drenched in crimson, wearing a ghastly smirk. I trembled behind the door, fearing he may go on another such rampage. But instead he gave a simple, as you say, and went on his way. I let out a deep sigh of relief, which is when I realized tears were rolling down both of my cheeks, like an ordinary girl. 3 days later, the flaxen-haired boy showed up at my cottage. I'm sorry for being so distant lately. I want to talk things over. Those 2 sentences were like a light shining from above. I wanted to talk to him too. I wanted to take a walk around the lake and listen to him talk about nothing. I wanted to experience the warmth of his world once more. And I wanted to tell him about the terrible man who had been there a few days earlier. About how scared I had been. I wanted him to tell me it would be alright. I want to talk to you too, I said, opening the door without a second thought. The light of the sun was so bright, all I could make out was his silhouette. Couldn't see the look on his face or the look in his eyes. A gentle breeze blew past, and my mind froze. How could this be happening? What did it mean? Why? How? What was that man doing standing behind him? Why was he carrying a sword? Why was he coming into my house? And why did he swing it down, severing my arm? Jesus. Meta. Hi, hello, darling. Welcome and enjoy the reading time. It's getting progressively worse, and we have met the flaxen-haired boy and finding out what he did to Morgana. What he did to earn her ire. I was in a daze, couldn't make sense of anything. I didn't want to. My left arm fell to the floor before I even knew what was happening, and then my legs gave out. The pain, searing and unbearable, came a few moments later as I was lying in an ever-expanding pool of my own blood. I did something then that I hadn't done before, that I had resisted doing no matter how much blood the Lord had stolen from me. I screamed. It was a hideous, visceral noise, a sound I had never thought a saint could make, the same ear-splitting howl the slaves had made as the man had butchered them. I writhed, I wailed, I wept, I crawled across the floor through my own blood. I begged and I begged and I begged for my life. The man walked over and picked up my severed arm, and then shockingly, he tossed it to the kind-hearted young man. After which he said, "That's your share. Should last you long enough." Share? What did he mean by share? What was he talking about? Why had he given him my arm, and why had he taken it? Why was he talking like they knew each other? Why? Why? I had spared blood for him when he asked, hadn't I? So why was he doing this? Was cutting my arm off and stealing it easier on his conscience than simply asking? You understand how I felt, don't you? You can put yourself in my shoes, can't you? The young man refused to look me in the eye. Holding my bloody arm in his trembling hands, he fled from the cottage as quickly as his legs would allow. The man then walked over and picked me up. I had neither the strength or willpower to resist. Holding me in his arms, he began to speak, telling me things I didn't want to know, things I didn't want to hear, but he didn't care. Nothing personal, just need your blood. Without it, she'll lose her church. What? Don't take it personally. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who wouldn't feel a bit of spite after being put through such torture? How was I supposed to let that slide? No one's that much of a saint. My trust had been betrayed, and I was supposed to turn the other cheek. A man had barged into my house uninvited and cut off my arm, and I was supposed to smile and take it. Is there anyone, anywhere, who doesn't feel even the slightest bit of hatred ever? Is there anyone in this world who could just laugh and brush off this level of abuse? Tell me, is there? How could I not hold a grudge? How could I not despise them? How could I possibly forgive them? Tell me, please. Tell me, how could I? She needs the money. I needed some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. If I brought him the witch with the miracle blood, he would finance a whole new church for her. The Lord? Why him again? Couldn't he leave me alone? To trying to kill me during one of his blood Sabbats? Why was he after my blood once more? Had he learned it really did have miraculous powers and decided he wanted me back? You get to be the sacrifice to keep her church from collapsing, to keep her world from collapsing. Sacrifice? Excuse me, what? And what's all this about keeping her church from collapsing? You murdered a carriage full of innocent people, and you're trying to protect the church. You? Are you out of your mind? Churches are where people go to commune with God, to speak with my Father. How dare you soil those sanctified grounds with your filthy hands, you beast? Huh? Parallels? Curious. Interesting. How did I not see that before? Insulting, sacrilegious, repulsive. Just what do you think we are? So don't take it personally, witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a saint. I was a saint. My blood exists to do the Lord's work, not to satisfy the avarice of men. Why is this happening to me? The man brought me back to the city. Instead of taking me to the Lord's manor, he brought me to a church on the city's outskirts. And though, to be honest, it looked more like an estate than a church. The church also served as a hospital, offering free care to less fortunate children, the poor, and the infirm. That was when I learned why he had said they needed money. The owner of the church offered unconditional assistance to anyone who came. Even when food and supplies ran low, they would ration their own in order to keep helping others. As a result, the church was perpetually on the verge of collapse. The church was run by a woman, something exceedingly rare for the time. There were no priests, all management was handled by a single nun, who everyone referred to as the saintess. I was the saint. I was this woman who didn't have the ability to perform miracles being worshipped like she did. Why did the people of the city idolize her? I understand she's a bit upset and very salty, but this woman is keeping up a church to really help people. Like really help people. So it does come off a little salty. It does come off a little salty when you just insult her work like that. But you know, she's been through a lot, so I'll grant her a little ire as a treat. Why was I not in her place? The man carried me to the top of the observation tower. It was there that I had my reunion with the Lord. I was to spill my blood for the people of the city, but also for the Lord's prophet. He wasn't offering free aid, but selling it as a medicine. He claimed it was a miracle elixir, telling no one that it was actually my blood, just mixed with a beautiful red wine, and drinking it would cure you of any ailment. If they knew it was actually the blood of a witch, they would think it unclean, they would fear it. I remained in prison for a long time. In the beginning, the swordsman guarded me, though before long, a flaxen-haired young man showed up as well. Presumably one severed arm wasn't enough to keep his sister healthy for long. In listening to their conversations, I learned that, to ensure no one else could get in, the observation tower was sealed with 3 locks. Interesting. So I'm thinking there's a lot of parallels between this between Morgana's actual story. And thank you for the headbats, Talop. And the hydrate and straight. The observation tower where people were locked up in. Goddamn right, that's very familiar. Absolutely, that is very familiar. So, is the mansion just like Morgana's creation rather than something truly real. We'll see. The Lord, the swordsman, and the young man each held one of the keys. Ah, I see. Just like... I see. This is the trio, then. This is our trio. The Lord, later reincarnated as Jacopo, the swordsman, later reincarnated as Yukimasa, and the young man, later reincarnated as Mel. Oh shit. That's our trio. I was suspecting the Lord would be one of the people who she hated and had cursed, but she was one of the three? Damn. I was their secret, locked away in the tower for them to drain blood away from wandering eyes. I went on, and I grew progressively weaker. I lost the will to eat and the will to live. My only view from the tower was the clouds through a window high up on the wall. Occasionally, a pigeon would fly in, sometimes a butterfly, and I would glare in envy as it fluttered around, free to come and go as it pleased. And soon, it was spring. Every spring, the church held a festival to pray for the coming year's harvest and the people's well-being. I could hear the bustle from far below the window as everyone rushed to prepare. I heard the flaxen-haired girl's voice, who had regained her health drinking my blood. I heard her brother's voice, who had betrayed me. I heard the nun's voice, who played a saint in my stead. I heard the barbaric swordsman's voice, who had chopped off my arm. And I heard the Lord's voice, the root of all my suffering. I heard people praising the saint as though I, the true saint, was locked in the tower. I heard people thanking the Lord for his generous donations and miracle medicine, though it had all come from me. Propped up on my suffering, they cheered and clinked glasses of my bloody wine. Those merry, peaceful, cheerful, spirited sinners' voices resounded in my tower. And at noon, on the day of the festival, the church bell tolled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and with the 12th chime, I died. The bell's last pealing faded into silence. The tower door swung open. Standing on the other side of it were the three men. They must have wanted to drain a little more from me to use in the feast, but they arrived at the worst possible moment. The flaxen-haired young man was the first to express his consternation. Why, I never wanted her to die. Was she not eating? The Lord gave my corpse a casual glance and said, stone-faced, "Seal the tower off. Understood? No one finds about this." How can you be so calm? Do you understand what you've done? Pinning the blame on me. How nice it must be to able to distort reality with panic. The swordsman, who had been silently observing the Lord and the boy conversing, interjected. You're just as guilty as any of us. Not only did they not mourn my death, they argued over whose fault it was. There was no regret or remorse. The young man muttered absent-mindedly, I never wanted her to die. What did his intentions matter, though? It was his betrayal that had ultimately tethered me to this mansion. Oh, I get it. So the estate she died in. The mansion is the estate where she died in. Oh, that actually also explains the thing that everybody wondered throughout the story. Why was there a chapel in a mansion? Because that was strange, weird. That explains. It was the church that was held in that operated through the mansion and used it as an infirmary and a hospital. Ah. So that's the story of the mansion as well. So she became bound with it. That makes supernatural sense. Actually, darlings, give me just a few seconds. I'll be right back in just a moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Thanks to the pollen in the air, my nose is getting so congested that it's getting annoying to breathe. So I'm fixing that. But the fact that they didn't grieve my death and instead squabbled amongst themselves like filthy rats was the final straw. Could I not despise them? I don't believe I actually had the power to perform miracles when I was alive. It was all faith, the illusion of belief. I was neither a saint nor a witch. Blood wine was only effective because people placed their faith in the other saintess. I was only ever human. But then, in that moment, an actual miracle occurred. My father bestowed upon me his power, or perhaps it was the devil who lent me his strength. I was looking down upon my own dead body, my own wretched self. There was nothing beautiful about the pile of bones I had become. I could almost smell the rotting flesh. That was once a saint. I laughed at the thought. It was absurd, ridiculous, and infuriating. And they would pay. those who had cast me into this hell, those who had mocked me, those who had done this to me, those who had made a witch out of me. Hatred coursed through me, revulsion at everyone on these grounds still smiling. They would know just whose dead shoulders their little party was resting upon. If they wanted so badly to call me a witch, then a witch I would be. I would kill them, every last one of them, place a curse on their souls. And so I made my wish. Most people might consider it a curse, but to me, it was most certainly a wish. And my father, or maybe the devil, granted that wish. From the garden, there arose a scream. The flaxen-haired young man knew that voice better than anyone. He went deathly pale, darting down the spiral staircase until he reached the window. The young girl was on her knees, vomiting blood in the grass. The young man let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. Weak sauce miracles. You know what is a real miracle? And I found your streams. Thank you so much, Meta. I'm actually... Sometimes it does take me aback a little bit that people consider my streams worth their time. And that actually makes me really, really happy. Seeing a lot of you here is amazing. And that you use your, like, actual time, and sometimes, especially with several of you, your actual real life money on me and my stream. It is amazing to me. And I'll forever be grateful for that. So thank you. People use their IRL money. That is also a valid... Is it their IRL money? Well, it becomes IRL money for me, so... And it really helps doing stream stuff as well, so, you know. Every little thing is very much appreciated. I'll be, there's some things I'm considering, and, I'll be making announcements about them soon enough, but it's concerning a possible 3D model before I get a, get my live 2D model, which is a good while away. So, while waiting for that, why not have a, Indeed. No graduation allowed. Not for a long time, darling. Not even considered. Oh, proceed. But indeed, I've been thinking since the, live 2D model will be a long time away. Not only does it take a long time to make, as far as I know, it's also going to be a, while before I've managed to pay it in full so the artist can start on it. So, in the meanwhile, I'm considering a Pheroid model. Made by an artist, of course. I looked into making one. Nope. Too complicated for me. But I feel like It would be nice if I could be a bit more emotive on stream as well, so you know, that's what I've been thinking, and that's what I think I'll do. Here's an announcement. Do send me their profile on Discord. Check them out. I haven't picked out an artist and I'm still thinking when I could commission the Shark is Going 3D too. That I do need to very much think about. But I think if I can't add it straight to my model, I will absolutely make an asset out of it that I can use on streams, so Blåhaj will stay. Blåhaj will always be with us. He was there from the beginning, and he stays with me. You'd leave Bob out? Nani? Nani? Nothing left out? Ever? I'll have to see how that would work. But Blåhaj is not going anywhere. That will be made sure of. I think the best course of action would be... yeah, like that. He'll be there. He was there from the beginning, and he continues to be there. Blåhaj never abandoned. Let's continue, darlings. A little midway announcement. Because I'd very much like to be a little more emotive on stream, so you know. If Blåhaj goes away, only suitable replacement would be Misia plushie. Oh, that would be a really cute thing. That would be really, really cute. But here's a proposition. Why not both? What prevents me from having both? Hehe. But let's continue, darlings. The young man let out a yelp as he descended the remainder of the staircase. Oh, that is true, Meta. But I believe Elias has found the perfect solution for that. I'll just have a little Misia plushie on my head. And Blåhaj in one arm. And then one arm to hug and pet the chat. And tell you how good little darlings you are. And how much I appreciate you. You know? Sounds perfect, doesn't it? No compromises made here. Only the best solutions. I think they figured it out in FMA, just fused the two. I think Misia would be hot as a shark girl, not gonna lie, but I don't think shark girl is exactly her thing. But she would make a very, very cute shark girl. Just to put that out there. As soon as he reached the garden, he lifted the girl in his arms, but she had already perished. Realizing this, he cried to the heavens, saying the one thing he should have kept to himself. The witch killed her. The blood of the witch killed my sister. The wine you're drinking is no medicine. It's the blood of the witch. You're all drinking witch blood. Crushed by the loss of his only family, the young man picked up a silver fork and plunged it into his own throat. Yosh. Ending his life. Naturally, there was an uproar. Goblets of wine crashed against the earth in rapid succession, as the people holding them fell to the ground and vomited or convulsed. The nun was the first target of their outrage. What she had claimed to be medicine had turned out to be blood, an unclean substance, the blood of a witch no less. A servant of the church, a servant of the Lord, had given her followers blood to drink, and at this, the indignation surged uncontrollably. The people surrounded her, tying her up and throwing her to the ground. As they prepared to inflict righteous justice upon her, the swordsman soared down the stairs and into the garden, plunging his blade into anyone standing near the nun. The cries of agony ringing through the church grounds were ear-splitting. It was no longer a place of God, but hell on earth. Hell built up by the hands of man. Hell painted red with the blood of their brothers. The people armed themselves with anything they could find and went after the man. As much of a beast as he may have been, he stood little chance against such numbers. It is the fate of a beast to be exterminated by those he terrorizes. And once he was gone, the nun had no one left to protect her. She too was consumed by their frenzy. All that remained was an inextinguishable inferno, hysteria and despair, madness and outrage. No outlet for it. It was a revolt that made the slaves' uprising at the Lord's Manor look like a game. Eventually, the rage found a new target, the Lord. It was only natural, for he was the true villain. He was the one who had given money and the witch's blood to the church. He was the one who had profited off it. And above all, the people resented those who stood above them, particularly in times of unrest. The city resounded with cries for the Lord's head, and he looked down upon it all from the safety of the observation tower. He could do nothing but watch as his domain burned. I can only imagine how painful that must have been. But before long, having seemingly made his peace, he began descending the spiral staircase. He opened the door at the bottom, revealing himself to his people. But before the dome had swung all the way open, before he had a chance to say his final words, someone ran a blade through his chest. With that, the raging furor was mostly settled down, but it was hardly the end of the destruction. Merely days later, a plague befell the city. Dreadful black spots covered the flesh of the infected. They writhed in pain, screaming and vomiting blood. Ghastly howls echoed through the streets as though the whole city had been possessed. Became a cursed land. In their diseased haze, the people muttered again and again, "We have been cursed by the witch." In less than a week, the entire city was dead. My body was left abandoned at the top of the observation tower, and as if to seal the curse away, in their final days, the people shuttered all the windows, wrapping the house in darkness. It's possible that was no miracle either. You can easily explain what happened to them. Locked away for so long in that dirty tower, maybe I caught some kind of disease, and then, when the people drank my blood, they too were infected. Hardly anything out of the ordinary about that. The first to die, the girl, had already been ill. Her body merely chose the worst possible time to yield to her ailment. That was all that had happened. Indeed, it was nothing more than a fluke, an improbable stroke of luck, an unbelievably unfortunate accident for the city and those 3 men, and an indescribably fortunate accident for myself. But I wish to believe it was a miracle. That even if my blood didn't have healing properties, and even if I wasn't a saint, my wish, my curse, was what caused that uprising. That was my miracle. Granted to me by God or the devil. I choose to believe that, and that my miracle took on its true form thereafter. My curse had brought death upon the 3 men, but for whatever reason, my rancor was far from sated. They had died. So what? Death is but a transient agony. It's nothing compared to what I went through. So I made my next wish. I wished for their reconstruction. I wished eternal suffering on their souls. I wished to trap them in a never-ending cycle of pain and hatred. This was my wish for the flaxen-haired young man. He treasured his dear sister, and he desired a quiet life. So I wished him to have just that. And I wished for his dearly beloved sister to love him more than anything in the world, for his world to be destroyed by love gone too far. This was my wish. This was my wish for the beast-like man. He was conscious of his tendency for violence, and he yearned to be more human. So I had his inner beast toned up just a little bit. I saw to it that he would never be human. So he would never have the peace he so desired. My wish for the Lord was more straightforward. He seemed to have great affection for wealth and authority, so I ensured those were the only things he could ever have. Who needs love or friendship when you could be drowning in power? Once he had lost everything, his solitude would be his only companion. Wishes can come true. As long as you always hold fast, never stop wishing, never surrender, they can come true. Eternal suffering on all their souls, endless cycle of reconstruction and unavoidable tragedy. Tell me, my dear, do you sympathize with me? Will you curse them with me? Will you take my hand and revile them with me? This time, my body crashed in the tower stairs. I'm unable to make a noise. The obstruction is less mental and more physical. The excruciating pain. So intense, I can't even eke out a scream. My vision is distorted, my mind thick with fog. I feel like I'll fall into a bottomless pit if I loosen my grip on my consciousness even slightly. Through the haze, see my own severed left arm, reflected in a pool of blood, and see my face, large chunks of flesh peeled off. Look at you, trying to crawl up those stairs like a worm. How pathetic. Like I'm looking at my old self. Can barely form a coherent thought. Can't lament her inhuman fate. Can't mourn for her. Or be shocked by the revelation about the three men and her history with them. Pain fills every corner of my mind. Every nook and cranny of my body. You figured it out by now, haven't you, my dear? You'll never make it to me. It's not possible. But it's not your fault. It's not because you're weak. There's simply no one who can bear this pain. You're allowed to give up, to rest. There's nothing wrong with that. The pain, the crushing weight. It's miserable, isn't it? But all you have to do is turn back, and it'll all go away. The witch whispers her sweet temptations. You've put in an effort. There's no shame at all in throwing in the towel. Her voice is soft, gentle, pleasant, like a reed. Concede defeat. If I do, it'll all go away. Just the ring pain spreading from the stump of my left arm. The sensation of being perpetually drained of my blood. The miserable solitude of staring at a door that never opens. The laughter I can hear through the window. My miserable wailing and this maddening hatred. I can end it all. That's right. It will all be over. You have the power to make it stop. Make it all stop. I can't let that happen. I'll do anything to take her back, even if it means I end up with 1,000 tiny scraps of meat. I will not give up on her for any reason. You won't, will you? Oh, such beautiful resolve. Willing to sacrifice yourself to save the girl, like a hero of a legend. Or maybe a fairy tale prince. No. I'm no hero, and I'm no prince. I'm a human, an ordinary man. I don't have any extraordinary potential. I'm not a courageous leader or a charismatic general. I'm just a regular man in love with a regular woman who refuses to lose her. I don't need any other accomplishments, only that. That's all I need, because I'm just a regular man. I'm a one act of resistance. Doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter how much you cut me up, nothing changes what I have to do. I have to take her back and set her free from this mansion, nothing else. And I will never back down on that. Arms or no, as long as I can move. I must push forward, must make my way to the woman who waited for me for so long. Up to the top of the tower, forward, ever onward. Oh! Dragging my bloody body, paying the pain no mind, I once more arrive at the top of the observation tower. I place my hand on the door, holding myself up with my lacerated right arm. Take a moment to catch my breath and lift my head, gaze into the void and shout her name. Morgana? I pity you, I truly do. You were a saint shackled with an unfathomable fate, and for that I am enraged. As I felt your pain as I watched your life, I too felt a burning hatred for those 3 men. If you truly feel that way, then why can't you stay here with me? We're all dead anyway. We have reached our ends. Do you honestly think there's anything more for us? There isn't. The end is the end. So what do you say, the 3 of us? Me, you, and Giselle. Torture the 3 of them and everyone they cared about. Make a save, just in case, if we're gonna have a choice to be made. Make them suffer here for all eternity in this house. And that way, you and Giselle can be together forever too. That's not an option. Why not? Because hatred only brings you pain. Oh, that's brilliant. You spouting stupid platitudes at me. Can't believe my ears. Save your nonsense moralizing about hatred does you no good. I won't hear it. I'm doing just fine for myself, my dear. In fact, I've never been better. I feel wonderful. Did you think that would be enough to persuade me, really? Ah, how disappointing. Here I thought you understood me. Morgana? Why don't you say what you really think? Go right on ahead, hate them as much as you want, but keep me and Giselle out of it. Why didn't you just say that? I do feel bad, truthfully, for all the time we spent together. Never once did I ask about your life. I was so focused on myself. And in the end, I pushed you away. But you did. You wanted to be with Giselle, so you pushed me out. I wish I had asked you sooner. Wouldn't have changed anything though. One puny man knowing what I went through would hardly be enough to erase the loathing I bear. It would have turned out the same regardless. There was nothing you could have done for me. There is nothing. Still, I would like to apologize. Had I known that you carried what you carried in your heart, perhaps I could have chosen my words better. Instead of rejecting you, I could have chosen some other response. I cannot remain in this house, nor can I allow her to stay either. So I would like to apologize for both my past actions and my present. Well, in that case, open the door, Michael. I take another moment to catch my breath, and then I gather my strength into the hand on the door. Blood seeps from my fingertips, slowly trickling down the rough surface. Reminds me of my death. I'm coming for you. I push open the door, praying that it will be the last. That beyond it lies light for Giselle, and if possible, it might cast a bit of light on Morgana's heart as well. What? However, why am I in my bedroom? What I find behind the door is the last thing I expect. Huh? As she appears from the shadows of my chamber, Can't conceal my surprise. Giselle? Is this another illusion, Morgana? Oh, it's not. I am the real me. Thank you for coming all the way here for me. She's thanking me, so why isn't she smiling? That was very kind and courageous of you, Michael. I'm deeply moved you would have such compassion, not only for her, but for someone like me. But do you know what else you are? You're a worm. What is it this time, Morgana? What do you say we pull back the curtain, my dear? What curtain? There's one detail that hasn't yet come to light. This isn't your first return to the mansion, is it? You've been back numerous times, each time not remembering her, and each time hurting her even more. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Oh, you know good and well, my dear. Or do you honestly believe that all the other pieces were in their rightful places, and you alone were some exception? I never... Tell me, how was it? Living in so many different eras, not knowing who you were, and playing with all the different men. No, you're out of your mind. You make it sound like I was... Not like, my dear. You are the white-haired girl. Enough. How could anyone possibly confuse me with her? To tell you the truth, I couldn't see you as anyone else. Your white hair, red eyes, porcelain skin, and your name. Tell me, what about you isn't the same? We're not the same person. I saw the letter. What? The one you had hidden? No. And you didn't think that was worth mentioning? Okay. Sorry, can't discipline. Jumping on things that you shouldn't. And now I'm extremely curious. What is the letter? No, Giselle, I didn't mean... You're exactly right, my dear Giselle. He deceived you. He kept a very important secret from you. I'm trying to guess. Have a little deduction now. What it might be, but holy shit. Have a sip. My glass is too full. There we go. I'm an adult and I can very fucking well drink from a cup without spilling it. Alas, I cannot. Despite showing up before you multiple times, he cast you aside again and again. No, that wasn't me. I wasn't... It all makes sense now. Nothing you ever did was for me. Giselle, Go on, Giselle. Tell him exactly how you feel. Michael? Please don't say it. Not that, please, I'm begging you. Stop, please don't, Giselle. Not actually. Please. Don't say it. Man at all, are you? That is very rude to say, no matter the context. But is Michael trans? By any chance? Motherfucker! Motherfucker, it makes so much fucking sense now. The painting on the wall in his room was of a girl with long white hair. The painting that had its face slashed off. And when Michael's mother said that her daughter was rid of her, did that actually just mean that Michael was born a woman, realized that he isn't, and everybody was fucking upset about it? And in the late 11th century, that wasn't very well understood. It has been hinted Michael was born either female or androgynous. I mean, he was very androgynous, but I took it as nothing more than him having a slender frame, and considering he wasn't exactly a jock type, he was just vibing. Also, that's a very rude thing to say to a trans person. We love Michael and he's valid. That's all. Makes so much fucking sense now. Why didn't I fucking get it? Trans Michael, happy pride. We love him. Oi! I'm starting to err 50-50. We're just gonna skip the scene with, like, not liking the dialogue. But we'll see how it develops. But I'm also not against just skipping the whole thing. But we'll see. We will see. You're disgusting. You're the only one it could have been, my dear. The only one who could have been the white-haired girl. The next moment, my whole world comes tumbling down. I could have borne anything, losing my arm, having my face torn off. The amount of pain, I could have handled it all. For you, I could have done it. But this, hearing those words, coming from your mouth, being rejected by you, that, I cannot. Those words, they bury me alive. And you're the only person I never wanted to hear them from. When I learned my father Antonin had passed, I wrote 2 letters, one to my brother and one to my mother. It was the first time I had found the courage to face my mother, to open up to her. I wanted to show her who I was, convince her that I wasn't cursed, so I could be myself when I returned to the capital with Giselle. Dear mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I'm Michael, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. Do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her. Oh shit. Go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware. My body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. Shortly after sending that letter, I was killed. I'm dragged down against my will into the darkness. Beneath me spreads my own past, my door, the door I swore never to open. Despite my all efforts to resist, the door sucks me into a world I never wanted to see again. History I never wanted revealed. The past I never wanted anyone to see. Nonetheless, the door opens. So this is Michael's real past. Whew. If it gets too heavy to anyone, do take care of yourself. I know this game has a way of presenting really heavy and difficult things in a very appropriate way, I'd say, a respectful way. Even the heaviest and the most difficult scenes are presented in a respectful way, I would say. But also, do take care. They're still very heavy subjects, no matter how well they are represented. And thank you for the headbutt, Stalop. And I shall do a little bit of stretch. I'm gonna stretch my wrists. There we go. There were 2 things out of the ordinary about that baby. The first, its parents embraced, and the second they wholly rejected. Although it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged, and until it finally did, No one was any the wiser, not even the child itself. Doing a little posture check. There we are. Its mother surely enjoyed the brief period of happiness before her child finally realized the truth, blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to, that she set loose a curse upon the world, a curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. My god, look at that. She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel? Oh, yes. You can see it now, Lydia. The white hair and almost translucent skin. It's beautiful. Why, she opened her eyes. Another sip for good luck. And a breath mint. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels. Oh, that they are. Magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child. She's special. And feel it. Have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her. Have you already chosen, Antonin? You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My. That's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel, then. Oh, I like that. Alright, then. We'll call her Michelle, after the Archangel Michael. Oh, for fuck's sake. Must have been quite a slap to the face, realizing that the mansion you were, well, expelled to was, or had a huge stained glass window in the likeness of Archangel Michael. You'll grow up to be beautiful as an angel, my Michelle. Always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes. She was a very peculiar looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believed her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. A blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name. Michelle. Me. Checkmate. Ah, I see, that's what you did. Curses, I completely overlooked that. Thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too sword-shy, Didier. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's the tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. Got me. Quite good at this, Michelle. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? It's not an inspiration, it's derivation. Derivation? Chess is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military text. You haven't read all of them, have you? Have nothing but time? Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. Planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who is going to be a knight, Didier. That I am. War is the men's job after all. Wrong. We love our women in armor as well. I want you to be there to welcome me home. Aw. Didier. Oh, Didier. A bit of a bind could... Oh, hello there, Michelle. Didn't know you were home, Georges. Just got back, yep. Playing just again, are you? Let's see, what do we have here? Get away from the board. Yikes, you got trounced, huh? And you call yourself her big brother. As if you're any better. It's not funny, Georges. Cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. Given our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of other soldiers. What? Are you worried about me? No, I'm saying... Been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. Where's the logic in that? Sorry to interrupt your moment, but does nobody listen to me? Now down, don't pout. So, what seems to be the problem, Georges? Oh yes, listen to this. The royal court is holding a swordmanship show, but for some reason I was selected to participate. How unfortunate for you. Can already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands weren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. What a cute boyo. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not, but we do have a name to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose. That's a given. But I want to do it in style. I feel bad for your sword. Oh, don't be like that. Now come on, time's a-wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Miss Michelle? May I watch? Fine with me, but you know you can't go outside. Be watching from the hall. Can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. Can't spend too much time in the sun. I know. I had two older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonging to an order of knights that served the church. And below him was Georges, who served as a court or fuck. I think it just might be George's, who's the man in the painting. I think exactly it's Salop. He was albino, so that is why red eyes and pale skin. Also explains why the exposure to sunlight is not good. Yeah. Like, nowadays, that would be completely natural. Knowing about, for example, snakes, like most albino snakes have red eyes, and most albino animals in general do have red eyes. And I don't think humans are exactly humans with a maybe like a severe albinism can have red eyes. I'm not sure though. I have no idea. But you can have like fully white hair. Lack of certain pigment that causes it. That makes sense, yeah. But very much the thing will be that, like, because you lack melanin, which even if you have a very pale skin, you still have some melanin in you to protect you from sunlight. So, but it's just natural. And an albino person with like absolutely no melanin will have a hard time surviving in the sun. Natural, completely explainable, and nowadays would be considered normal. So that's why he just can't be in the sunlight. Extremely normal. A rare condition to be sure, but normal. We all have our things, don't we? We all have our limitations and things that limit us, I'd say. Modern medicine can help with lots of things in form of supplements and such. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't see why you couldn't just have artificial melanin instead. Hell, I take artificial insulin to, live. So that's what I always say. If you don't have organic, store-bought is fine. So let's keep going. And also a very, very, very good point out, Salop. Thank you, darling. Oh, and also, friend just earlier sent a video of an albino deer spotted in their yard. It must be so cute. Oh god, am I gonna talk about snakes? I'm gonna talk about snakes. The thing with snakes is very often like... Oh, Deli, darling, thank you so much for the raid. And hello, raiders. Welcome, welcome. If you haven't been here before, hi, I'm Inari, your local, comfiest Vixen, a variety streamer, and extremely happy to have you here. And welcome, Araya. Is it cool to call you Araya? Oh, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Mwah. Oh, is it so pretty? Thank you so much, darling. Thank you for your kind words. Okay, perfect. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're indeed reading Fata Morgana, the house in Fata Morgana. And we're very extremely late in the game. And actually, now that Deli, you're here as well, I'm going to give you a little recap where we are. And how absolutely stupid I am. Do I do voice acting? No, actually I don't. But to be honest, I'd love to. Are we finally finishing today? Well, darling, we finished Morgana's story. However, we're currently witnessing Michael's story. And I'm also exceedingly stupid because I didn't realize this before. However, I'm dumb as hell. Michael was born female, which is why the white-haired girl in the portrait in his room has its face slashed. Because that's how he used to look, that's who he used to be. And also that's all the talk by his mother that she had lost her daughter, when in actuality her daughter was actually just her son. That explains so much, right? And also when Michael was reincarnating or being reconstructed, that's why he reincarnated as female. And also thank you so much, Araya. I really, really appreciate that. To be honest, I may actually want to look into that, but for now, I'm just your tiny little vixen, streaming and reading for you, darlings, and playing some games. But I've really, really gotten into reading for you, darlings, so, you know. Also, at the start of the stream, I started thinking, like, this has become educational stream. Very much. Very, very much so, Talab. And thank you for bringing good information as well. But as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I also, I've been considering if I'd do more reading, especially because if you follow the Morgana story, the story was formatted less as a dialogue and more as a her recounting the events, so it was actually very, very nice to read and very flowing to read. And thank you so much for the hydrate, Araya. Hydrate to keep the beautiful voice going longer. Very, very true. Sometimes pulling 5-hour reading streams is possible, but it's a little rough. That's because you need to start your own stream and can't listen for longer. You have a great stream then, and take care. Be sure to pop by sometimes. I'd be happy to have you here again. And have a great stream. Remember to properly rest your voice though. Absolutely. absolutely. There's also my YouTube channel where the previous Fata Morgana reading VODs are. But the plan is that I'll try and edit out like a couple of videos where I'd have all of the reading parts, just the reading parts, no tangents, no I don't want to say interruptions, but just tangents and less relevant tangents cut out, and just have the reading parts. Does also mean I need to re-record the first story of the game, but that's no biggie, to be honest. And that is a project that I'll be engaging in soon enough. But you take care and have a great stream. Maybe I'll try and pop by sometime when I can as well. But this is where we are at now. Michael? And his, history makes so much more sense. And this is his past that he never wanted to talk about, but it was now revealed. And welcome back, Meta. Welcome back, darling. Just about to continue. But I also feel so dumb for not realizing the story. Oh. Sorry, it's gonna go blank for a moment. Sorry, I'll just read back your messages, Salop. Because we were talking about albinism earlier, because that's what Michael had, which is, you know, makes sense why he has completely white hair, almost translucent skin, and ruby red eyes. Googled it, and it actually seems that they have been researching artificial melanin to help the problems of albinism, easier burning skin, and higher risk of skin cancer, and found that certain polydopamines can successfully mimic and help like naturally produced melanin. Ooh, that's actually really, really interesting. Doesn't seem to be in real use yet. Oh, that makes sense. Stuff like that is really, really, really complicated to, especially to put into wider use at the very least. And thank you so much as well, Salop. Like you like my reading streams. And you think I have a really good voice for that? It's really relaxing to listen to. I'm so happy to hear that. Because I'd very, very much like to read more. And especially when the text is formatted to be more less dialogue, like more book text, just text like. That is much easier to read, and I can just... Because with visual novels you kind of want to make a voice, but I didn't really want to make voices for this, so I just do a little pitch change to indicate when a different character is speaking, or different characters are speaking. I've been taking that melatonin, but I'm not getting any more tan, but constantly tired. It's a scam. Darling, you may have the wrong product. Melatonin is the sleepy stuff. It's the sleepy stuff, darling. It's supposed to make you a little sleepy. we shall continue. Safety. Beep. There we go. And below him was Georges, who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family name was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the estate. My world was contained entirely within these walls. And perhaps out of some sense of pity or compassion, my two brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. While hardly anything unusual, it bothered me deeply. And it had for as long as I could remember. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. But the reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want is to put on a good show. You'll put on quite a show, unless you learn how to swing that sword properly. Give me a break. Out in the garden, my two brothers traded swings, bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain like a needle piercing my chest, a needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world lay beyond my reach. I was trapped in the estate by my own body. At first, I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me. Something I couldn't explain. Something I couldn't ignore, even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My, what are the two of them doing out there? Georges was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier is helping him. Swordsmanship? Why, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous, I can't watch people swing them at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michelle? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I want to watch them practice. Michelle? First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. Jesus. Call her Mutsi instead. Very, very true. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable... That always makes me laugh for some reason. A respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, mother. Fencing does not equal disrespectable disrespectable woman. Apparently. Well, at least in the 11th century, I think. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told how much she loved me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me, but above all she loved to say, "You are my little girl after all." And there was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. Didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy. It was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right though. Couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. Was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. Embroidery looks cool though, but with swords you can cut embroidery. And like, I'd imagine if like something is being passed onto you as like this is a girl thing. You are a girl, thus you must do this thing. But you don't feel like one, so obviously you're going to be recoiled from something that is try to be passed off as a girl thing, even though embroidery is just embroidery. Anything is just that, you know? You can do anything you like. No biggie. But it's very understandable that if something is tried to be passed on to you as like a girl thing, and you don't feel like a girl, then you're most likely going to be recoiled from it and try to find more masculine things. I feel like that makes sense. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter. It made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, the long sword glimmering with the blood of... Yikes, Michael. Longsword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon, I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands, the sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy... Ah, kill me now. I have some cloth if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm so dead. You were at it for a long time. Never known D to have something once he gets started, which I guess is what makes him knight material, but are you opposed to him becoming a knight? Oh, you know, I kind of assume he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of everything. So it's like, why he's gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy. Don't tell him I said that, though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know. Despite the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes? He knows what condition the order is in. Figure he wants to whip him into shape, melt him down and reforge the whole thing. Was that just my chat having a thing? I think that was just my chat having a thing. Huh. Darlings, you good? You doing okay in there? No disconnect or anything? Vibing? Okay. Hello, Meta. Thank you for confirming. Chat seems fine. I just had like OBS chat do a thing, so wanted to check that you're still here. Doesn't seem to be disconnecting. Like actually disconnecting. Consider teasing. Thank you for not teasing. I would have panicked. Maybe. And thank you so much for the hit, Riesel Hilfe. But in that case, let's continue. It's gonna go blank for a second again. So he might be able to change things. What are you muttering about, Michelle? Hey, whoa, hold it. The pain I felt in my chest when I smelled the sweat emanating from George's body when I looked at his slender but distinctly male build. I was convinced it was admiration. Did I want to become a knight too? Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him? Would it all go away if he were able to change the rules and I could join the order as well? I was positive it would. Didier. Michelle, hold on. Can't come barging into my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. Can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. I see no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michelle. Georges tells me you're planning to overhaul the order. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. Believe you have what it takes to do it, Didier. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. So I want to ask you a favor. When you have enough influence in the order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michelle, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please, well, I'll be. I suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. And you too, that's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michelle, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not chess pieces, Michelle. But Didier... But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not for any reason become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier, this may seem normal to you, growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michelle. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies. I'm gonna whoop this guy. And they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. Don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michelle? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger estate? Your brother and I, we never meant to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry, I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh? But I thought you would understand how I feel, even just a little bit. What was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I had just thought that the key to the chains in my heart lay down that road, but ultimately there was nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed and assuming I did become a knight, he wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity, and how could I blame him? I had tried to push off a dozen different ideas onto him at once, filled myself with the vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight would kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing, which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. Oh no. Oh god, I remember more now. Fuck, shit. Oh no. My apologies. You have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk. Long chestnut hair to flow over round feminine shoulders, swayed slightly in the wind. A cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. You must be Michelle, just as pretty as I heard. And you are? My name is Amy. Pleasure to finally meet you. Finally? Meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by this strange woman, she stepped toward me, kissing me softly on the cheek. I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet. I'm George's fiancé. And it also stuck another needle into my chest. Thank you for the headpats, Talop. And the hydrate and the stretch. I move an inch and I spot a cat in the kitchen, scoping out to stare at me. Could take a little break in a moment. I could feed the cat boys and well, refill my water and stretch my legs out a little bit. I think the hand for the headbats gave up. Weird. Where the fuck are my headbats? I'll just refresh that. Works now. There we go. So adjust it a little bit. There we go. A good notice. There we go. Should be fixed now. And indeed, thank you so much for the headbats. My noggin is finally being domed out after all the bonks. Ah, lovely. Thank you so much. She was a normal girl by the name of Amy Jobert. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. Came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too, and they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father Antonin looked so proud of his two boys, Didier soon to receive his assignment, and George's soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family, but my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes. I remember that wasn't Amy. The one that Michael had fell in love with. which is only made worse by the fact that she is his brother's fiance. Watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in, her deep red... Interesting. Her deep red tongue visible for but the briefest of moments. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet juices seeped. God, this is a line. This is a whole ass line. The way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss. As sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. That was for Michael. Valid? I think. Not just for me for struggling to read a line that is a little difficult. I know, I see. I see. Rara. Rara. Rara, boya. Hope you enjoyed. Hope that was good. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. My mother was pleased to have another girl around, or more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brother for me to spend time with. I had assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One of these times it would be fun to fool Arara Redeemers. Älä luulekaan, että mä sanon. Älä luulekaan, että mä aion sanoa sen. But I also want to add the concerned grandma Arara, which is more like Arara. Basically just Toko-san incarnate. I would not do that to you, darlings, however. I'm not one to bamboozle. Not much anyways. Let me just read that. Read the message. 1812, a Viennese princess and a Russian countess had a topless sword fight because a local baroness advised so due to fear of rapiers getting dirty fibers from the clothing to the wounds that would later cause problems. I don't remember what this was relation to, but some part of the story reminded me of this. Oh, could be that Michelle wants to be. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if Michael wanted to be a. I don't think he wanted to be a knight. Even when he. Even back then, but there was something masculine, so. I believe that was why he was drawn to it when he was still called Michelle. But I'm just imagining the scene: a Viennese princess and a Russian countess having a topless sword fight. Oh, right. They had a topless sword fight because they feared that getting fibers from their clothing into their wounds would be bad. Which is a valid concern, to be honest. That was for me. Oi! Valid, though. I love my women wielding swords. Let's continue. We'll have a break in a moment. And there's a good spot for it. One night, Amy's family and an array of nobles from both houses' social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din, the likes of which I had never heard in my life, filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Servants scrambled every which way. Silverware clanged against dishes in an almost constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey Dee, if I feel like we're critically short on waiters, this don't look good for us. And who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people? They're artistes like me. Huh. I met them at the court. I just like the word artiste so much. Let's see. We have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Joberts or Bollingers. Sure they do, they're my friends. You know, this is me and Amy's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. Hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off in one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those interactions would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys. George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends and led them to where I stood. What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? Didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. No, George just put his hands on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister Michelle. Be nice. Georgia's, I don't... Grace says your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. And how old are you now? 12 mayhap? No, don't treat her... No, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14. All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The whole court flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a brute, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves. And so did the way George spoke, as though I was his property. They looked like they were praising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14, but what did that matter? I didn't want a body shape like Amy's or my mother's. He's coming to the realization. Now then, my lady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, didn't comprehend what he was doing. Go on, Michelle. He's waiting. He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me. The traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Come on, Michelle, don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. My mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michelle! At the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain, and I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his, and then he pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What do you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering a greeting, my lady. Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. Jail. Disposal. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michelle? He come back! Michelle! I'd spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the Great Hall. I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting, that was... I'll be taking that, I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard, but no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry, and I had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... That wasn't very nice of you running off like that. At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back, while the sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the wrist, spun me around and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He's hardly built like Didier, and still couldn't move an inch. You've got a tongue like a boy, milady. But I know some people fond of that these days. Can say I mind myself. Let go. I've always been this feeble. Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster. I'm no monster, I promise you that. Then why are you holding me against the wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. Apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. Then let go of me. But if I do that, you'll run away. Genius! Dispose. This is the awkward part to leave. We're just going to say goodnight as I realized work tomorrow. Extremely valid. You sleep well, Salop. Thank you for being here. And you take care. And have a nice day tomorrow. I'll be going on for a little while longer. And then I'll also sleep. I hope I see the end of Fata. We hope. I'm getting kind of 50-50 vibes right now, because I think after Michael's passed, it might be... I don't know. We'll see. And you take care too, Salop. And it's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. What an asshole. Your brother says you can't go outside, so I set you loose now. I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit, apparently taking my silence for approval. The man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half-baked idea, if I do say so myself. And I think we'd get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. I really do have the most striking eyes. Get a fucking hint, creep. It makes me want to keep them all for myself. A muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs you've ever heard. I said get back, you creep. That's odd. That one's never failed me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. Could feel his hot wine-stenched breath against my cheeks. Gave me the chills. Couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. Not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. If you simply never know. Kill him. Never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but he still closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. Couldn't see anything. Could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flung open, but there was nothing there. I could only feel. Couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed into his jaw, again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again and again I beat him, but reality would have none of that. Michelle! Hey, what do you think you're doing? 3 seconds. 10 seconds? Longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. But the next thing I knew, Georges had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. I know I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnify how wretched I was. Only make me feel more beat. Maybe? Effet? Maybe. I bit down on my lip, hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. Dug my nails into my arms. Had no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it, that was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it! I knew good and well a girl shouldn't be using such words, Even Didier and Georges would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless, God damn it. The most fitting word I could come up with to represent the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. That it would accomplish. That all it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. I let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream, then started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strand of it. Didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want from my body? Michelle? May I come in, Michelle? That was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house would be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him. Michelle... But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. Despised myself for being so helpless. I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, George has stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michelle. Oh my god, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed the stinging sensation in my lower lip. The metallic taste spread through my mouth. I'd been biting it much harder than I realized. There was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, second from spilling onto my clothes when George just wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michelle. Can be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer and that. Never expected he'd try to go after you though. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have genuinely taken a liking to you. That just makes it worse. Sorry. You're right. You want to be with a man you like, I understand. He ran his hands through my hair as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything, a joke of a doll. I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. Might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's a part of growing up. You're the best of forgetting today ever happened. So I'm assumed too, it's gonna sound weird, but he just kissed her against her wishes, which is really bad and he should be disposed of, but it's not as bad as his dad and his later transgressions. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother and her woman's world. What I can't stand was the particular look men... Oh. There we go. Mic adjusted. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles. Are you okay, Michelle? He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. But I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he would understand. Georges? Was Michelle? Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in a compromising situation by the last person I wanted to see me. Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was certainly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when I said that, but that seemed to have gone over George's head. Amy, on the other hand, you don't look fine at all, she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. George's father was asking for you. He's saying it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Sleep. Oh, is he? Alright then. Sounds good. Once the sound of George's footstep and faded into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and without warning wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat, but beyond the shock I also found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying. And don't worry, you're safe now. It wasn't really, no. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against the wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. Right, I'll believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georges a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. The woman in this world you have to be, and if you're not well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll be difficult to forget what happened to you today. Georges had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Amy that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspective, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all, didn't even seem all that strong. Couldn't believe it, that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, the words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice. and I alone knew how foolish I was doing so. Now, however, darlings, we'll take a quick little break, continue for just a little bit, and then start ending the stream. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll add some lo-fi. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just a moment, darlings. And I return. Hello, darlings. Hope everything's good here. And I feel like we'll just get right back into it. There we go. Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at Mother's request or of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the thing I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Her hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. I think having color is much prettier. Oh, but George's says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Working with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Hey Michelle, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I'm allowed to get to know you better. Tell you about myself. Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. Enjoy playing chess. And I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess? Never played. Such a bright girl, Michelle. Would you like to try? Could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good. Okay. What else is there? Say, favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone. Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. Not especially good with a needle either. No. You have shaky hands then? I wouldn't say that, no. I'm fairly good with a knife, I think. A knife? Like a kitchen knife? No. Sculpting knife. Sculpting? That really sounds strange. It's a bit unusual, I'd say. But George's does it all the time. His room is particularly made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. George is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well, completely dodged. Why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? I get the feeling you spend too much time with your brothers. Now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be. She sounds just like a mother. And she gives the same reason too. So I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation, it's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful, we'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or if you'd prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like Georges to have what I make, though. I've been wondering, did you and Georges meet at the royal court? Oh heavens, no. I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married. The next day is when we first met. It happened that quickly. But are you worried about me, Michelle? Don't worry, I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, gets used to being a piece in their games. Georges is different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman? Him. You sound surprised. I believe hiddenness suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me. Couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. So maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day, we'll meet the right man for you, Michelle. And he won't be a drunk. He won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michelle? 14? Oh, wow, I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. That's so rude. I know it's supposed to be a compliment, but it's so rude. Just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all. Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers laid across my skin, I found myself gripped by very indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurtling to the surface. You're so cold, you know that? She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with Georges? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape from her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Amy's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. So I frantically put some distance between us. I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much? Amy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry if I let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? Kiss on the lips says... wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michelle. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you. And you took that to mean you should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? You want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. Should get going then. George starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Amy. So long, Michelle. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, That was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. Mikey, hello, darling. Late night vibing, I see. How are you doing, darling? She had stolen my heart. But Amy was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body is not meant for her love. May have just woken up. Oh no! Accidental long nap. I had one earlier, thus I started my stream an hour late. As embarrassing as that is. And I'm doing well, thank you so much. And I hope you're too. Despite, long naps. Oh, these are straight up going to sleep type. Oh no. I'll be going on for a little while, so I hope the stream can relax a little bit and you can chill and maybe try and get some sleep again. Because it is definitely quite late. I woke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. Indeed. Helping a friend with 24-hour thingy, and he lives in NA, so I'll wake up tomorrow around midnight and be up till morning. Okay, that is very good then. Can shift sleeping schedule a little bit, but remember to fix it back, essentially. But I hope you enjoy the stream. And that I hope it will relax you, even though the story is a little tragic. But you know. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Amy's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I hadn't been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me, that she had no fondness for me, and that my yearning for her was one-sided. She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going on through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had been through me from day one. She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling before even I had. Wrong. I disagree with her. It's disgusting, homosexuality. Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins. Although, for context, we're still in the 11th century, so not surprised that's the attitude, but fuck that. Happy Pride. Be gay, do crime. Fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Amy as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window. And then the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied, "She's still just a child." A voice, and one with underdeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. Was not the man I assumed it was. The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. Can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than mother at the estate. Imagine she simply got nervous around you and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? I hope that's all it was. Amy, hadn't you told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act like her? You were going to be a knight, so why were you out there with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. She grosses me out. So what? So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature. All I had done was show feelings for her. Couldn't be Georges or Didier. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon, was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Wait. Run the... The heated sighs rising from the courtyard. I think I'm missing an allegory, but all I started thinking was, is Didier doing a little diddle with his brother's fiancée? And I sure, here's the text again. And the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. I think I'm just missing an allegory or something. But usually when you say heated sighs, that implies moans. I don't know. I think I'm just not getting it. Or them just being angry and sighing about them not being a good girl. Very true, could be as well. Why? What are you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Amy? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. The entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gathering, Amy's smiles, Didier's kindness, George's... What about George's? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? Oh yeah, knowing about them. Okay, yeah, they have a thing they're doing. Yoshi, hey darling. About to start work, but have a wonderful stream. Thank you so much, darling. I'm gonna go on for a little bit more and then I'm heading to sleep. It's getting quite late here. And you have a good day at work, darling. What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? But damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. Can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls. Not for me. No crying in the club. No crying. Unless when cry. And again, a little reminder, we're still in the 11th century, so no cry unless cry. Wisdom from your local Vixen, no cry unless cry. Inari, 2022. You're welcome. But I guess Delhi, they are having a thing. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream from reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I'd never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. Couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. Genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. Bodily pain was common with fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm, but once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even for going to sleep. Her hands gripped in mine, they held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer. Don't worry, it'll be alright, Michelle. God is watching over you, He will protect you. You're His child, you're His angels, and to earth, He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you, don't worry. The only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier and I was George's. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. With one word, dreams twisted into nightmares. My blood body was torn into fleshy chunks and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, my voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming a reality. Michelle, Michelle! When mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother? What? What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? I see you're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle? A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. Don't have a fever, but I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal though, so my mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. And so long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Amy, Didier, or George's. 1 month passed, then 2, and then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, smile on her face, and her breast exposed. Nice. Nice, my dude. That's a very nice dream. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me the next day, I had my mirror. Jimmy! Hey, darling. Thank you so much for the raid. Did you have a comfy stream, darling? And hello, raiders. And if you're new here, I'm Inari, your local comfy vixen, a variety streamer, and the comfiest fox you find. Hehe, did you have a comfy stream, darling? We'll be going on still for a little bit, but it's getting quite late, so we'll be wrapping up soon enough, but I'm happy to have you and your darlings here. My water. Yosh. So we'll continue. Also, spoiler warnings. This is extremely late into the game, extremely heavy spoilers. We'll spoil the entire story for you if you wish to play the game. If you want to experience the story for yourself. But also, if you're here for a comfy reading time, you came to exactly the right place. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. And here we have a story of a trans man as well. Totally didn't raid you because I wanted to go to bed and never catch you on. Oh, that's so cute, darling. If you need to go to bed, then go to bed. It is very late for you as well, so, you know. You take care and you sleep well. I'll catch you again soon. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside. No, you. I will say hi to Missia. And you? Take care. Thank you so much for the raid as well. And I'll see you again soon. A completely naked body came into view. Okay. No tits, no worrying things. Okay. We've been debated before, so to the point where I've had to edit VODs so I can actually publish them somewhere. Have them up somewhere. I love that panic change. I've had worse panic changes, mind you, darling, but yeah, that's a panic change. Thank you so much for the raid, Tiefling Melissa. Hey, darling. And then welcome, raiders. Happy to have you here. If you're new here, hi, I'm Inari, your local Vixen, the comfiest one around, a variety streamer, currently doing a read-through of The House in Fata Morgana. Fintuber Love Train. It is so very greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, darlings. And thank you so much for the follows, Lunsay Catherine, Mako, Fry Grandis, and Rude Lad. Thank you so much. As it's very late, if you need to go to sleep, please go to sleep. Didn't have anyone else to raid, so Rude Lad came in clutch. Hell yeah. You're more than welcome to raid. And I'm happy you did. We'll be going for maybe just a little while. It's very late for me as well. But I'll be happy to have you darlings here. As long as we're still going. And also, again, a little spoiler warning. We're very late into the story. If you wish to play the game yourself, this part of the story will absolutely spoil everything to you. So be mindful. But also, if you came for a comfy little reading time, you came to exactly the right place. 1:50 a.m. and in the land of thousand lakes. Also, where I'm located, so it's 1:50 a.m. for me as well. But I tend to do late night streams, so we'll be live for a little longer. So welcome, and let's continue for a bit. A bit late, but still. Also, let's go back just a little bit, because I managed to mess up the dialogue with a little scroll back there. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. It was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Again, spoiler warning, but I'm going to give you a little bit of context, which is extreme spoilers. This is the story of a trans man who miraculously, after 6 months of being ill, has attained a much more masculine body. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength. But I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michael. So this is the point where Michael decided to become Michael. I mean, technically he had decided for a long time ago, but in any case, the first time in my life I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last two letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. This makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, feelings I had for Amy, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Sorry, I'm not going to do a manic laughter at this hour. It is late. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life, up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I had never been told I was a girl. Forced to act like one. Of course, that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. Oh, beautiful. I'm imagining the scene. Gorgeous. Kick open a door. Just a sheet covering yourself. And walking around triumphantly. That is a beautiful scene to imagine. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instruction and remained cooped up in my room. And now, it felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals that the church provided. His pride came through in his laughter. Georgie's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, but mostly stayed out of the conversation. Amy's voice sang her praises for George's, her beloved husband, never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. It's all a facade, mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here, then we would have everyone. I was there. Was right there, and gone anywhere. You had just locked me up in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you had called Michelle was actually your son. That's all there was to it. Huh? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. Cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father? Michelle? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georges gaped. Amy watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me what is the meaning of this. You were dressing up your son like a girl, Mother. I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. So here's my question. Was Michelle male all along, and her mother just wanted a daughter so bad that she just decided that, well, this child is now a girl. Is it just her mother, like, deciding that her child is a girl? Or is there magic involved? Because a 6-month transition, though, his age at this point is 15, I believe. So, height of your teenage years and a growth spurt. So it would make sense that maybe you could pass off, around puberty. Like, maybe you could pass off a child or a preteen as whichever gender you'd want. And she had just decided that, boom, this child is a girl. But actually, no. Or is magic involved? Because we know there is magic involved in this one. Maybe. I'm not actually sure if magic is involved. But since Michael thought the same, would there be no questioning about parts? That is a good question. It is not explained. I'd be curious to know what if he's just been so sheltered that he doesn't really know. It's the 11th century. What kind of like sex ed do you think they have? So it could be that like he's just never known about those things. Not that you saw your family naked either. Not that you see it now, but like that would be the only thing that could maybe indicate something. Who bathed him? That is a valid question. Maybe they just didn't want to question the lady of the house. I don't know. But as Salop also said earlier, that canonically Michael is listed as or his gender is listed as trans man. So Maybe? Maybe he had a magical 6-month transition. Maybe. That would make sense. It's very curious indeed. Let's continue. And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damn full of yourself. No interest in a whore like you. So why don't you cry into Didier's arms? You... What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why, Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. The briefest moment, I felt sorry for George's, but that whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell shattering against the floor. Cursed. Chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing that I was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her, throw her in her room and lock the door. She's a girl, she was a girl, I swear it. Open your eyes. Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. Ripped the sheet off my shoulder, throwing it... Oh no. Throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl. And shouted. Restrain her, please, someone restrain her. Fear reigned in the grand hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? Intersex. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. What? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male, lacking in strength, though they may have been. I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So, why was Amy looking at me like some kind of strange creature? Chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. I think that's kind of the implication as well, Deli. The parents have no portraits, but Amy and Michael's brothers do. Just them. But nothing there. Nothing there? Didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, while silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl, she's my daughter. Mother, seemingly a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Amy stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georges was still in panic, and Didier clenched his fist. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. He's just intersex. That the fact that I didn't think about it makes me feel dumb once more. Because that, even furthermore, just explains it. Why she could have easily presented as a girl before puberty really hit her. And then you just realize that her body is actually anything but female. But there is something to indicate that she might be. So something your mind goes to with all these reveals, so I think it's okay to not to come up with it. I think so, yeah. Considering we do have magic involved, which could easily explain a 6-month transition. We have delusional parents involved, so... And the fact that maybe if you tried, you could maybe visibly pass off any child as any gender. Maybe. I don't know. But puberty hit. Michael looks like Michael now. And yeah. But the easiest and the most natural and the most rational explanation is that he's just intersex. That's it. Again, a very normal explanation to things. But this is the 1100s, and there's no fucking chill in the 1100s. No, sorry, the 11th century. Very true, Deli. Very true. And we lack context with so many things, so... I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. It's a very good idea. Thank you, darling. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to the letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, Like she might fall apart completely at any second. Araya! Hey darling, happy to see you again. Hope you had a comfy stream, darling. And raiders? Welcome. If you're new here, hi. What's up? I'm Inari, your local comfiest Vixen, a variety streamer, currently doing a read-through of the house in Fata Morgana. Immediate spoiler warning, we're extremely late in the game, so be wary of spoilers. And you did have a nice stream. That's very, very good to hear. Oh. And also I realized I didn't type that wrong. There we go. But also, I realized we don't have... Didn't get other shoutouts either, so let's rectify that immediately. Hope I wrote that correct. There we go. Check out both of these darlings. And thank you for the kind raids. I hope you enjoy your stay, though it is getting very, very late for us, so we might be ending kind of soon. But this scene is far too interesting for me to just quit right now. Just yet. So let's keep going. For a little bit, at the very least. And as said, if you wish to play the game yourself, be wary, this will spoil a huge part of the story for you. And the mystery. But if you're here for a comfy reading time, you're in the exact right place right now. So with that, let's continue. Sorry, it goes blank for a second, and we're back. So I did, as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, and that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother, pray daily that my curse might one day be broken. So, after spoiler warnings, little context, Michael here is... We're witnessing Michael's history right now. He is a transgender, intersex man. In the 11th century, so as you can imagine, he's not having a good fucking time. He is not vibing. He's not morbid. He's not bawling. Nothing's buzzing. Kinda fucking sucks. But he's a good boy, and we love him. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why, I don't understand. Anyone, please tell me. Someone, please. I brought you your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michelle? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. If that's all, I'll be going now. Curious? Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off right now. Everything, even your underclothes. But surely you're just Michelle. I am very serious. That is a very inappropriate request to make to anyone, especially a servant as well. It's getting steamy in here. I wish. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. Oh, I see you found your way to the Arara. Just give me a moment, darling. And what am I? I'm a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michelle! I ordered you to take your clothes off. Also, you can bet each time anything naked related is mentioned, my hand is well placed on the button to just change the scene immediately. And indeed, Deli, I get where he's going, but this is inappropriate. This is uncool, unbased, don't like it. And also, Arara, Arara, Ara, Ara. I hope you enjoyed, darling. And let's continue. Oh, I'll take that as a sign that you enjoyed then. It makes me happy. Today is a good day, it's true. But you know what? Today is not the only day when this request is very possible. Just a little wink wink, nudge nudge. I'm very glad you enjoyed, darling. Yeah, I'm happy to provide a little rara. Although I still have yet to add the concerned grandma rara. I'd be very, very happy to have you around, Araya. And requests are always taken and honored. entertainment in this bleak world. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. Ellie, that is so cursed. My god. Valid. Could ask the same thing. Oh my. I'll have to make similar requests then as well. I move the cursed forward. And thank you so much for the follow, Ankov. Sinä, kyllä juuri sinä olet mun pieni pog champion. I really need to shower after the stream. I don't know what... Calling someone my little pog champion, my little pog champ. It's just... That's valid. That's cute. But saying that in Finnish? No. Oh. Oh no. Sinä, juuri sinä, olet minun pieni pogomestari. Oh, that's even worse. It's beautiful, but it's worse. It's cursed, but I love it. But let's continue just for a little bit. Oh. Would you like me to answer the question or translate or say the line in Finnish? But also, I'll continue in the meantime. Both is appropriate? Yeah. Oh, I just wanted clarification. Would you like me to read the line in Finnish or answer in Finnish? And hello, Carla. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Because I can say... Kerro mulle. Mikä on sun lempi suklaa, kulta? Or I can just answer. Täytä mun marabulla. Both valid. And I hope it was appreciated. But let's continue for just a little bit longer. Okay. So then my answer is... Kerro mulle, rakas. Mikä on se lempisuklaa? Got me zoned out for a second. Thank you so much, darlings. Greatly appreciated. I'm just so glad you enjoy. And I'm glad you're entertained. And I hope you enjoyed the little finish. Mwah. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Amy had meant. Wanted to find the truth, not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. On the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Not true? But 11th century. Are you satisfied, Michelle? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. Would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young, full-injured daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. Okay, so no to the mom dressed him as a girl part. Yeah, I think the correct interpretation is that he's just intersex. So, no magic, no delusional parent. It was the most normal explanation out of them all, and he's just intersex. That's it. And you know what? I love him, and he is valid. He's a very good boy. Stuck in a shitty situation. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appear that does not. There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes, not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me. Choice of words? Blew the lid once more of everything I had been holding back. Without that, it would be no different than me. Well, everything else is all the same, so why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't. Michelle? I am a man just like you. I'm no one's daughter. If you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Without that, you're no different than me. It's a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge, and so in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. But please don't do this, Michelle. In a blind frenzy, I hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it, I'll make you the same. Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off me, please. Someone help. I'll make you just like me. Sorry, I'm not doing the most intense voice acting here. Don't want to really overshoot it. And senpai, hello darling. It is very late hours, but I'm very happy to see you here, darling. How are you doing? Get in here, someone, anyone. Michelle, she's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants. And the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them, than when I had made the scene in the great hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. And in the shadows beyond the crowd, saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. Doing good, just relaxing. How am I? I'm doing good. Getting very sleepy. So I'll be heading to bed soon enough. But I'm good. Vibing. Having a good time reading to you, darlings. And gotta head to bed. You take care, Deli. And you sleep well. And I'll see you again soon. And thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you here. And you being here so often makes me really, really happy. Give it a couple of more minutes. I want to see this scene to the end. And then we'll all start heading to bed. Or I'll start heading to bed. And suggest you do the same. Saturday the latest? Oh, indeed, darling. Oh, indeed, we'll definitely be seeing on Saturday. And to give a little promo, we'll be doing Stardew collab with Nelly and Fluffy Anna and Misia on Saturday. Just vibing, having a good time. If you can make it, we'll be there. I'm not delirious, my head is perfectly clear. I'm normal, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. After that, I was shut in my room again. And even then, just a moment, darling. And even then, the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength. But the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed, then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days, 48 long hours. Felt like I was going to lose my mind. Raw! Darling, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hello, darlings. Hey, Raw. And hey, Anne. Late night chat raid. Welcome, darlings. We're about to end pretty soon, as it's extremely late for us, but I'm still happy to see you here, darlings. We're going to finish the scene, have a little rara, and then head to bed. And after just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Hiya, how has it been? It's been a very comfy reading time. We managed to go through Morgana's story, but here we're experiencing Michael's history, Michael's backstory. And we have concluded that I'm stupid because I didn't realize this, but Michael is a transgender intersex man. Which is why he was expelled from his family home. You knew it? God damn it, am I that dense? I seem to be a bit dense, I see. But we love him. And I wish him very happy Pride. Because now that that's brought up, it actually explains a lot. So yeah. Go for it. Just a little longer. I want to finish the scene. I'll go with a woman's neck. I don't recall straight up, but I just put all that down that he just has a very slender form. It's a masculine but slender form. Water. I need water. Someone please give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. Helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging at the door, at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone open the door. Anyone. Water. I need water. One drop. That's all I need. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Mother. Father. Didier. George's. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. Need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier. George's. Anyone. But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. That was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. Should stay away from that door. You don't want to be cursed too. I'm not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. And I'm scared. Might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. Scared even thinking about her. I'm not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. Perfectly normal. That's very inappropriate timed. Someone please get me out of here. I think this scene might actually go on for a while or so. So that we'll have more to go through in the next stream. We shall leave it here for tonight. I'm still new. Hello. Quite soul-crushing stuff. Well, indeed. He's essentially just being held against his will. Is basically just left for dead in his own home. Which is quite brutal. And to provide an earlier request. Arara. Arara. Or do you perhaps like it lower, more like arara? Either way, I hope you enjoyed your arara. But with that, we'll start ending for tonight. I have a faint glimmer of hope that there might be some hope, maybe. Hopefully. We have to see. Just looking for friends that might still be online to give, at the very least, a courtesy raid. But darlings, thank you so very much for being here tonight. Thank you so much for the raids. I was so happy to see so many people here tonight. Usually these streams are a little more quiet. But I was really happy to see you here, darlings. And furthermore, I hope I'll see you again. You're always a pleasure to have around, every single one of you. So with that, we'll be raiding a friend. Do go to sleep if you need to. Here's a raid message for you to use. And I'll see you on Friday, or a chance on Saturday, when we're collabing. In either case, you sleep well, you take care, and thank you so very much for being here. And good night from me. Bye bye.
Oh, hi, Nari. Hello, everyone. I'm suffering. Vixen Ray.